Holy cat, what's up? Brian, how's it going? I'm doing all right. Cohen, how's it going? Uh, uh-huh. That was good. Very funny. Um, I don't know what you mean by what kind of knife. Oh, hopefully an expensive folder. Origami lock. I don't dislike the name of that. I could see that being a lock name. You're not wrong on that one. I don't think I've ever heard of something like that before, so I'm gonna say nobody has. Matt, how's it going? And the ceiling is up, but we're not here to talk about the ceiling. That's fair. You know I can ship directly to a house, right? It's what I usually do. I wish you guys could see the stupid little ask me anything questions that show up in chat for me that you guys don't see. Some of them are very dumb. Cody, what's up? Been drawing for years. That is fair. Lots of practice. I don't draw a whole lot because it tends to hurt my hands. Or at least my hand. Fun too, what's up? I am not so sure about the fish idea. Dubba. Oh, that's good. You guys are gonna hate watching me sharpen the Senza when I have to do that. Abdullah, what's up? Day's going alright. Sounds kind of interesting. Sure, that katana was fun to ship. Shipping big stuff costs a lot of money. I didn't try to do this, but that handle looks a little too similar. And then the blade looks a little too similar to this one. Oh, that's not you doing that? I thought that was you doing that. Interesting. I thought that was you. So, hmm. The streams have been slowing down lately. I personally don't have a problem with it, but I may be taking a break after the giveaway stream. I might take a break for a bit. On the bright side, for those of you who have stuff on hold, if I take a break, and your item on hold ends on one of the days that I take a break, you'll be fine. I don't know. Apparently, sleep. That's what the weird people do. Apparently, they just go to bed and actually fall asleep. That's such a foreign concept to me. I could never. So I've got news about the Senza, something that I don't like about it. That lock bar is tight. It is really tight. Thank you. Thank you for telling us. We all needed to know. I'm sure we all needed to know that as well. Careful on the internet, guys. You know nothing about the person you're talking to. My God, y'all are weird. And to think my moderator talks like this. Damn. Dude, I could go grab my other phone and take pictures in 720p. You'd be caught in 720p. I might sharpen something in a bit. I don't know. I don't know what I should sharpen, so I was sharpening stuff last night. I ran out of shit to sharpen. I think we're just going to draw another knife for now. That was a pretty good line. Wow, that was a lot less straight of a line than I thought it was. I've never been too tired to fuck with something, so I don't find sharpening to be that difficult personally. I also find it somewhat entertaining, especially when I have everybody telling me I'm doing it wrong. I'm literally in a chair at a table with my Senza in my hand. I think that's what everybody calls it. One of these days, this thing's gonna bite me. I'm trying to wear in the lock. 4 days since what? I've owned it since Wednesday, so almost a week. No. Hello from America. How's it going over there? A little bit of lock stick. How's it going, Robert? I don't have anything from Shirogorov yet. I honestly just haven't looked into them too much. I know they make decent stuff though, so I just have other things that I want first. Welcome back. Palmer, how's it going? What do you guys think of a good spear point? Nice. I don't have enough money to do that. I don't think I've ever seen an expensive spear point. Folding knife. We don't talk about Medford. allegedly, he did a racism. I wasn't there, so I can't see, or I can't talk about the proof, but allegedly. We're talking like 300 plus. I think he said he goes out ocean fishing once a month. There's also a mixture of his designs and the materials that he uses that I don't like. So I'm not going to say that I will never carry a Medford, but unless I get one for some sort of crazy deal, it's probably not going to happen. No, Magna Cut's fine. 15V has been discontinued. A Guardian? What do you mean by a Guardian? He looks funny. Does his mom dress him funny? No. I do not have a Medford Guardian. I know that because I don't know what that looks like. I don't have very many fancy knives. So you're either talking about the fake Nkosi, the Sebenza, the Mako, the Koenig, or the QB. Oh, that's a Bradford, yeah. And it's not a Guardian. The Guardian's the bigger version of that. Bradford, Medford, same thing. I think the Buck 110 needs an upgrade, but I don't find it to be modern enough. Your brain is only half braining. Fair enough. So, by the looks of it, J-Dog has canceled his order. That's unfortunate. What do we do now? I don't know. I haven't looked into Protek all that much. Oh, the Invictus is a spear point. Yeah, you're right. The Invictus is a spear point, and Terrain 365 made an Invictus as well in Cobalt. I have not. Victorinox just isn't the brand for me personally. I have a couple just to have them, but other than that, there's no reason in me owning them. Oh my god, my fingers. That's what I get for... I do. They just tend to be way more expensive than knives. Most of the time. I mean, the knife on the table's more expensive than a lot of guns. I'm having issues with the Senza still. I don't have anything that needs sharpened. I mean, I could probably do that SOG again, but it doesn't need it. I go through ammunition way too quickly for that to be cheap. Multi-tools aren't exactly my thing either. I wonder what polished titanium looks like. It looks like it's spelled DM, not DIM. Autocorrect is a bitch sometimes. Well, you guys have fun talking about those Victorinox models because I don't measure things in millimeters. So, what do I want to draw? Yeah, you can have fun with your fancy European numbers. I am very much happy with my American numbers. Trying to think of what to do because the Koenig doesn't need sharpened. The QB's got a fresh edge. The Sebenza's been used, but it doesn't need to be sharpened yet. The Mako's sharp. The Para 3 is sharp. I'm not doing another one of those. I didn't enjoy that. The knives are never comfortable enough. Yes, it's a bird on the table. Oh, Barlow Brigade. I was meaning to talk to you. I found something on eBay. Not that you need it. Let me go find it real quick. I don't know if I actually saved it or not. Apparently I didn't. Never mind then. Oh, glad to see it showed up. I'm not surprised it showed up. I'm just glad to see that it showed up. Oh, that's a fake spider code. That explains why it's so cheap. Ah, lucky you. We got the chair fixed. Does anybody know what the Hinderer Project X is? I don't know why I'm sitting here worrying about the handle material on a yeah, it was a clip point. ZT 462 562. I don't know why I'm sitting there wondering about or worrying about it being a titanium show scale when the whole plan is to swap the scales to begin with. Like, duh. A moron. If it itself and the scales weren't so damn expensive. I need people to buy a couple things. I'm asking, but I looked further into it, and the listing I saw was a Hinderer Project X reproduction. I'm assuming what that means is clone. Because I've never seen a Hinderer go for under $200. I doubt you're going to be able to post a link, but exactly. I didn't know they still made them. Oh, there we go. I'm glad that they still make this thing. Because usually the way my luck is, I'll find a knife that I really like, and it'll been discontinued like 5 or 10 years ago. Oh, I don't want a Hinderer. Yep. Yeah, but they claim that this reproduction's made in MagnaCut for $115. I'm gonna say it's fake. I should stop being bothered by this. My Sapenza's got a very slight. The blade isn't centered perfectly. I'm gonna see real quick if I can convince J-Dog to still buy the knives from me. No point. It'd be better off not posting links for clones. No, that's fair. Clones is like messing with clones is a gray area that's both frowned upon and well understood at the same time. So today I planned on actually 3D modeling some knives. And then when I went to the library to do that, the website I use is down. And apparently a lot of shit was down today. Did they say in the listing that this is a clone of whatever knife? I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that. I think I'm probably going to do the whatnot thing. There's a pair of knives that I'm trying to buy, and I don't have the money for them right now. I see. I gotta find something to do if I'm gonna keep streaming. I don't want to sharpen anything tonight. I really don't, but I need something to do. Sec State, what's up? I might just call you State from now on. Just bored. You know, we could do a touch up on the giveaway knives. Nice. I'd like the Griptilian a little more if it didn't have, if mine didn't have the issue that it has. Plus the cheap scales. The cheap scales are always an issue. Yeah, I'm doing a giveaway on Friday. The stream starts at 8 p.m. Mountain Time. And luckily, since there's only 3 of us in here, it's only people that are interested. Sounds like it. Okay. You gotta enter the giveaway first as well. To enter, you go to my most recent long form video. It's pretty obvious that that's where you enter if you read the thumbnail. Yeah, I'm pretty good at sharpening leaks. Should be, considering I have 10 of them. 9 of them, maybe. I personally recommend everybody try freehand. But using a field sharpener, that'll teach you how to hold an angle, and you can get some pretty good results off of that. They're $40. Are you looking to have your leek sharpened, or are you trying to learn how to do it? How much vanadium does 154 cm have? $154 cm. Not a whole lot. And if it's a leak, it's probably CPM 154. Which is literally the same thing. That doesn't feel sharp enough. Well, shit, that doesn't feel sharp almost at all. Why am I putting that down there? Looks like we're sharpening. It's funny, every time Abdullah leaves, I end up sharpening something. I'm not trying to do that, it just always happens to work out that way. Now for the part that everybody hates to watch, but it's how we get a sharp knife. It's a 400 grit, so what is it? 400 pieces of whatever per square inch or some shit. It's probably more than that, but and the higher grits, it's just how it finishes, basically. The higher the number, the higher the end finish. The lower the number, the faster it removes material. Urban Jedi, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I don't remember because apparently the grit number doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just kind of a rough reference because different companies use different calculations to come up with that. There's no standard. It did used to mean something, yeah. Nice. But I think it's kind of similar to like pant sizes, where apparently the number that they give you doesn't mean inches. It just means, hey, we just kind of think it's roughly in this area. Looking good. Dakota, welcome back. And yes, you have until the 4th. We're sharpening the Cadus that's being given away on Friday. You know, we were talking about it earlier. This is a spear point. I just don't see a whole lot of spear points around. Yeah, you can tell he's tired because it took him more than a minute to respond. How are we looking now? Better. That was before the strop, so after the strop it'll already be better. Next up, 1800. Oh, that edge is beautiful. I wish you guys could see this in person. One of you might, now that I think about it. How long does it last? I don't know yet. I'm still testing them. But that should say something considering I've been testing them, I think, for over a month now. The diamond set costs 70, and you get 3 of each of the following grits: 320, 500, 1800, and 3000. I still need to make the video for these guys. But now that I know what I'm doing with these things, I feel better about making an instructional video about them. It'd be kind of funny if I made one of those 90s instructional videos that they show you at work with the really stupid looking transitions and, you know, shit that you would never think is cool in real life. Once you hit the 3,000, yeah. Right now we're only on 1,800, so we got one last step. Uh, they're sitting on a piece of glass. They don't need flattened. You just rip off the film and replace it when it's worn out. And so far, I've only worn out one by using it wrong. So, but yeah, they stay flat. I used it. I used a 320 grit to try and flatten the handle of this. And I think after 15 minutes of constantly going back and forth, it wore out. So, definitely not what it was designed to do. Yep. And this one's part of the diamond set. So, the diamond set's almost double the cost of the aluminum oxide set, but it is so much better. I don't know if there's a way of, if they ask how you heard about them, but if they did, just say that I sent you over there. Because they make some really nice stuff. If I'm not mistaken, they're made in Englehart, Ohio. I'm doing fine. How about yourself? It's going fine. Just the usual. bringing the giveaway knife up to a mirror polish before doing a quick paper test. Oh, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. For those of you who are sticklers about the paper that I use, happy? Oh, I'm gonna have to give a warning to the person that wins this. That sucks. Just the usual disclaimer of diamond stone, because there's no maintenance. They're really easy to maintain. All you got to do is wipe them off once you're done. It is definitely super sharp. Not that you guys needed to know this, but I buy the material, then I cut them out to the right shape myself. But considering it's just a belt that I buy, they're kind of pre-cut in this direction. I just cut them to length. If you know how to read upside down. And backward. I mean, you could do that, yeah. I typically go grip progression of, unless it's really bad, I start 400, then move up to 1000, then 1800, then 3000, and then I strop. How much did these strops cost me to make? Give me a sec. I think the belt was like $34, and I can get like 6 or 7 strops out of it. Go to YouTube. Look at my playlist. It took me a while to find this video again. So yeah, $33 for a 1.5 by 72-inch piece of leather. And if you do 6-inch lengths like I did, what is that? 12 strops for $33. Hi from America. Jim, what's going on? Yeah, there's a few people from other countries in here. That's not going to do the... No. We'll fix that. Or we'll just bring it up to that 500 grit that I love so much. I really do love D2 when it's got that 500 grit smooth finish. I just spent $100 on a knife in 14C. I almost regret it. Almost. The titanium. Oh my god, it's beautiful. This one. You cannot do edge leading strokes. Nope. I mean, you can, but you have to be extremely careful, and it's probably better that you don't. Especially on the higher grit films. The higher grit films, you have a pretty decent chance of cutting them. Like I did. Yeah, I went with titanium because I love titanium, and that purple is just something else. If you ever get the chance to see a purple one in person, in natural light, believe me, it is worth the amount of time that it takes to go in reverse strokes on this. The edge that you're left behind with is definitely worth it. And yeah, if you ever get the chance to see one of these in purple in person, it is beautiful. In natural light with the sky reflecting off the purple. You get a little bit of blue in the purple, and oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I've never heard of them. Is it actually a custom knife, or is it just an expensive knife? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that happens when you call people a bot when they're real people. I see. Good shit, I assume. I'd say you probably wouldn't buy them if they, or buy one if they didn't make good stuff. I've never played with that before, so I don't know what it's like. Oh, nice. What'd you get? An attorney on retainer for the next year? Mm. I don't think I've ever won a giveaway, so I almost just stopped entering them. Just drop it real quick. Why am I taking that off? Just need it out of the way. Married in this economy? Pff, I could never. I see. It kind of depends on the value of them. If it's like under $100 and it's something I don't really want, chances are I'll just give it to somebody else. Troy, welcome back. How's it going? So how much did you spend on it? Oh, well, that's not that bad. I don't know. For some reason, I was expecting to hear like 800. It's definitely better than it was. That's Chris Reeve money. Who'd you win from? My giveaways I ship within the month. July, August, September. Holy shit. 3 months? Damn. Oliver, how's it going? No, I'm not saying spread hate or anything. I'm just curious who it was. People get busy. Life happens. You spent 270 on a custom knife or so. Would I spend double that on this? I'm broke now. I am absolutely broke. Who is this dude? No, you can never spend enough on knives. I mean, too much. Or enough. No, enough works. Most custom makers do regular batches as well. Please be a folding knife. Please be a folding knife. Oh, you stupid website. I don't think it's a folding knife. I mean, I dropped 580 on that. Yep, it's a fixed blade. Damn. I don't like fixed blades. They're just not my thing. Well, now I'm curious what that is. I think I own like 4 fixed blades and that's it. That doesn't look bad. I like the purple. I do love purple. I'm probably going to get a copyright strike for having the music playing in the background, but I mean, I guess I could find it again. You know, for a second there, I thought it was you that wanted me sharpening stuff for you. It was, Carco. There you go. Have a like. I've already answered that question. I don't think that's how that works, Palmer. Looks like I'm going to have to continue slow rolling this thing until it's completely broken in. That's going to be a while. I can't wait to sharpen it though. I have not. Actually, I might have done a fish, but other than that, no. No, I have a Rat 5 that's a fixed blade. I have a shit ton of crappy fixed blades that I don't even count as part of the collection. And then I've got a Bradford here in LMAX. Wow, somebody that actually knows what this thing is. That's a surprise. Everybody else thinks it's a Guardian until they look up the Guardian and realize it's not. Cody. I mean, yeah. It's just basically out of a brick of Elmax. I mean, all right, back to looking at the other dude's knife. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't like paracord all that much. Yeah, basically, that's all they did to make them. Like it's not even water jetted smooth. The inside of those triangle cuts looks like shit. But so you dropped 250 plus either shipping and tax, I assume. That's pretty light for how big it is. Five and a half ounces. I think it almost weighs exactly the same as a Sebenza, just with a longer knife or longer hand. Fuck me sideways. A longer blade. Look on the. Just look at that. You can feel that. Sure. I mean, technically speaking, you can put different scales on any knife. Almost any knife. You know, I thought that I cleaned this thing out when I got it. I wouldn't assume most people do. I mean, it's just a handle. In all honesty, you don't need to pay attention to that. Anyway, they don't make them in LMAX anymore. They use Nitro V now. And I don't give a shit how that sounds. It does sound kind of like a cool steel, but properties are not anywhere near what LMAX is. A Becker Necker. I've never heard of that. Did you mean a Boker? No, I'm gonna sell it. There's somebody on the NAF's Moon Crew Facebook page that said, if you ever want to sell it, tell me. So they get first dibs. Oh. I've never heard of that. Fair enough, but it's not going to be priced very low. It's got a nasty edge on it, too. Probably the sharpest knife in the house. I'm not kidding when I say that. It is sharp. If I could stop bending the paper. I don't know what's going on, but it's fucking sharp. Yeah, 1095 just isn't my thing. I don't know, like somewhere around 15. I had to lay that shit back for it to be flat. God damn. I do not have, well, I do have an obsidian knife, but I don't know where it is. It's probably in my room in a box somewhere, broken in half. I found it. Thank you. You have to make them right for them to be sharp. Mine was just knife shaped. Just don't buy it then. That's always a choice. Yeah, that Pakistan Damascus stuff seems to always have lead in it. It's stuff you want to be careful with. It's a little more than that. Like, I'm speaking genuinely here. It's a little more than just pieces of a bumper and tin cans. Wait, this dude makes folding knives? Oh, they don't. Damn, I was excited there for a sec. The dude you bought from. He has a section on his website, if you look, where it says folding blades, but there's nothing there. For a second there, I was like, hell yeah. Another custom maker that makes folders, but nope. Greylock Forge makes some interesting stuff. I need to try and convince that guy to make a bigger version of his. Uh, of this knife. No, the Dixon isn't for me. This one, though. He just finished making like 4 or 5 more of these things. And they're on, they were supposed to be on Northwest Knives website. But the thing about this is it's a 3 and 3 or 2 and 3/4 inch blade. And I want a 3.5 inch version of this. I would have carried my Senza today if I didn't need to let the Loctite finish drying. Instead, I got stuck with my Spider now. But yeah, I got my hands on one of these at the knife show. Oh, they're nice. They are so nice. They're just small. I should look into McNeese and see if there's anything I want. Okay, well, let's look into them. Interesting website. Available knives. Thresher isn't for me. Chaos isn't for me. I don't like crossbar locks. Fixed blade, not for me. Oh my god, that would suck to sharpen. Are they all crossbar locks? Is this a button lock? A left-handed button lock? Interesting. Dude, what's up? Yeah, my guess. Do they claim that they're made in the US? Oh, nice. In California. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like anything in Damasteel, first of all. So that's not Damasteel. That's Magna Cut. But Damasteel's fucking expensive by itself. 425 kind of makes sense. See, here's the thing that anybody who doesn't know knife pricing might not understand. These knives are priced at um, Bobrick, what's up? The Thresher's priced a little high in my opinion, but yeah, so these are priced roughly at what Spyderco would price them at. They are production price. Like this thing at 325. This one's like low end custom price. I'll be paying attention to this dude. Is there anybody else that I should be looking into? The other dude I'm not super interested in because I don't like fixed blades, but yes, just folders. That's kind of what I was thinking of. That one priced at 325. Not the Thresher, but the Chaos. There's a lot of work done on that blade. This is what we're talking about right here. Well, apparently I can't zoom in. To do work like that on a blade that's already hardened to 63 HRC is going to take time. Titanium, not a big deal, but to do it on MagnaCut at 63 HRC, you need diamond burrs and time. You know, I might know exactly who to push that to. Carco is left-handed. Yeah, Carco is left-handed. You didn't know that? That's what makes him weird. He's left-handed. I make fun of him for it. I should tell him I charge double to sharpen left-handed knives. He pops in every once in a while. Last time I talked to him, he was having plumbing issues, so yeah, exactly. I'm going to charge double for lefties because I'm not left-handed and it's hard for me to sharpen left-handed knives. It is so much harder than right-handed knives. So much harder. Jeffy, how's it going? Welcome back. Oh, I'm not sure if he actually has a YouTube channel. He just pops into live streams every once in a while, from what I know. All I know is he's left-handed and probably has more money than me. I mean, that's not hard right now. Oh. I think I've talked to TKE once, and that's it. So I don't have much experience with that guy. Anybody else have any custom makers I should look into? Yep, you as well. Oh, I bring out the worst in people. I make them spend money that they don't have. We'll see you later, Alaska Bush Kid. Oh, James was the guy that was warning me that YouTube doesn't like knives, and I could get in trouble for showing knives. Unfortunately, sarcasm doesn't come well across text. So, oh, that click. That solid thunk from the Senza. There is almost nothing like that. Felix, what's up? Oh, do you do knife content? Or just content in general, I guess? Yeah, wait until you start spending 1,000 on a knife. On the high or the nice side of things is when you spend that much money on a knife, normally it holds its value. So if you try and resell it, you might be down like 50 bucks. Like this one, I could turn this thing around and sell it right now for probably like 540. I am reading my comments. Oh, I didn't see anything else from Range Raptor at all. Yeah, I just scrolled 30 minutes, or actually, that was an hour. Channel activity. Nope. Uh, the expensive ones hold their value, depending on which ones. Okay, so am I supposed to be helping in that with that somehow? I've never messed with AEBL, but I hate Nitro V, so probably AEBL or Able. I mean, I bought the last one of these that they had at my local knife shop. And then I drove over to the Chris Reeve shop and had them redo it. Well, let's look at those steels on the Knife Steel Nerds website. And I will base my opinion off of that. So you said your last video flopped. What is your content, first of all? And I'm going to give you some suggestions if it's the content that I think it is. 937. Dude, AEBL is tougher and supposedly has the same edge retention. So why would you pick Nitro V? The same or better edge retention if heat treated properly. AEBL heat treated to 64.5 has edge retention almost rivaling that of 3V. And that's impressive. So I'd probably stick with AEBL if you can get it heat treated properly. Is there any chance anybody's interested in a Sandrin that can afford to buy it from me? No, Crewware is quite a bit better than 3V. A Sandrin Torino. It's in tungsten carbide. I have a feeling that thing's going to be hard to sell. It's one of those weird blades, or one of those weird knives that not everybody's going to be interested in. I don't know. I've never shipped an OTF. I don't sell OTFs. I sell folders. OTFs just aren't my thing. So stuff like that. I've got quite a few Kershaw leaks. I have one OTF, but I'm not going to grab it right now. Ruffian. CJRB Ruffian. I've got two of them. I have two icon knives. I'm assuming you're going to ask how I like it. Depends on what you mean by classics. Do you mean old or do you mean common? I think it's just a good knife to have. I have some old knives, but nothing I'm trying to get rid of in particular. If you want a knife that you can beat the shit out of, that icon knife is the one to go to. And the only reason I say that is the lifetime warranty. Sharpening, as long as you don't do it wrong, they end up fine. Over time, they do wear. And this one's an example of that, where the coating will scratch, the coating will fog up a little bit after use. Or if you use it on the wrong materials, it'll just straight up take the coating off. Looking for rigid. Create a new bevel. What do you mean by that? Actually, that's probably... That Koenig is probably the second worst in the collection, even though it's not mine. It's my buddy's, but... Why would I create a new bevel? This thing's beautiful. Let me go grab my my Spyderco Military. That one's the worst wear in the collection. I don't know what the previous owner did with it, but I used the shit out of it too. God, I forgot how smooth this thing is. It was Cerakote, yeah. I've been collecting for almost 3 years. So this is DLC. And when you use a knife, I can only assume for stabbing metal, it leaves deep gouges that takes the coating off. DLC is probably the most wear resistant though. So if you're going to pick a coated knife, you're going to want to pick DLC. I think that right there answered your question. My everyday carry knife changes often. Usually in my left hand pocket, I'm carrying this in case I need a knife to hand to somebody that I know is dumb. And then my right hand carry, which is my regular carry, this week is going to be this. God, I forgot how smooth this thing is. Because I've gotten used to this now. But, oh, this is buttery compared to the Reeve. So this one's a Spyderco Military, and this one's a Chris Reeve Senza. These things brand new are roughly $270, and this one's $580. I mean, if you're gonna carry a knife, yeah, they're both pretty big. I mean, this one's got a 4-inch blade, and that one's a 3.6-inch blade. CHRISREEVE. I don't have an MSI, so that's why. But yeah, I carry the Spyderco. It's a little dull compared to my other stuff, but I carry this for when I have to deal with somebody that I know is stupid. Right? Somebody that you know they're going to use your knife as a screwdriver or something like that. You don't want to hand them this. You want to hand them this. The thing that's already beat to shit. I've thought about getting an MSI. But if I get my hands on one, I am going to absolutely mangle that thing. Because I don't like how long the blade is. So it will be heavily modified by the time I'm finished with it. So buck knives, depending on the one, like a buck 110 is too heavy for my everyday carry, and it pulls my pants down on one side. So I don't carry stuff like that. I thought about getting a native chief a while ago, but I kind of prefer this. Plus, I already have this now, so there's no point in me getting a native chief. But at this point, I've been carrying lighter weight stuff, like 4 or 5 ounce stuff, for a while now. The lighter stuff almost feels cheap. Like this. Do you like doing maintenance on your knives? Do you enjoy taking your knives apart to clean them? I think Spyderco has one automatic. I don't know about spring assisted, but the Spyderco Autonomy, if I'm not mistaken, is an automatic. And I think it's kind of ugly. Well, I'm trying to sell this one because I want the titanium one that they came out with. Because if I'm carrying something, I might as well enjoy it. Serbia, I've answered that question before and I said no. And yeah, I went with carbon instead of G10. So the thing about OTFs is they take a lot of maintenance when you carry them. If you get, depending on which knife you get, if you carry them on a regular basis, yeah, the autonomy's fucking ugly. I've been saying that since the first time I saw it. The fact that anybody bought that thing blows my mind. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, if it gets dust in there that won't come out, then yeah, it's time to take it apart and clean it. They're not as complicated as they seem, but I still don't want to take one apart. Hence why I go with push button autos instead of OTFs. Significantly easier to take apart and clean. Yeah, it's got a wire clip. Yep, Spencer's right. OTFs can be unreliable and have issues firing when they're dirty. Exactly. That's why I would recommend you go after something else. Until you're ready to do maintenance on an OTF, buy something else. I'd take the Reeve apart to show you what that looks like on the inside, but it just jammed a whole bunch of Loctite into the pivot. Not a whole bunch, like one drop, but you know, it was having issues, so it needed it. And now I don't want to take it apart again. Yep, they also, other than the Microtech ZBPs, they all have a little bit of blade play. If the bag doesn't have lint in it, or dirt, or dust, or sand, or literally all this shit causes issues for OTFs. The only ones that you might be okay with, in my opinion, are the single action OTFs. It's why I don't play with them. It's why I don't own any except for the one. And I'm probably just going to go sell that one. Oh, Microtech Hellhound. It's a good looking knife, it's just not for me. I don't want to maintain that shit. I'm happy with my cheap shit. Simple. This is simple. Here's what I like about all the knives on the table. Well, most of the knives on the table. This, 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 this. There's at max 2 moving parts on all of them. This one, just the blade. This one, just the blade. This one, the button lock and the blade. And this one, just the blade. If you guys have any more questions, feel free to ask them. I'm not a retailer, no. I am a reseller. I don't like the 0 moving parts knives, personally. I buy used knives and then I sell them again. I mean, I'll look it up real quick, but if it's a fixed blade, I don't have much to say about it personally. I'm on Blade Binge, but not very much. And Knife Swap. I don't like PayPal, so I won't go through Knife Swap. Hey, it's a folder. .20 CV Stonewash Titanium. Folders to me are a little more interesting than fixed blades. Hence why I don't go with fixed blades very often. I have to get a really good deal for me to go for one. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. How's the heat treat? I find the tapered handle interesting though. It's not very often you see that on a folding knife. I got a set of 12 throwing knives when I went on a trip to South Dakota and I sold them to a pawn shop. Just so everybody knows what we're talking about. I don't dislike it. I do like the harpoon, though. I love harpoon blade shapes. It's a harpoon trailing point with a flipper tab. I don't like the pocket clip, though. Reminds me too much of the budget Kershaw's. Other than that, doesn't look terrible. So this thing was double the price. Because it has some dude's maker's mark on it. Really? It looks like you spelled it right. Oh, you missed an H. Most of the time, I think it's dumb. Like right here, this thing is double the price of the regular version because it has unlimited edition little stupid set of holes on it and a fingerprint. Like, are you shitting me? I don't think there's any other difference about this. Maybe the jimping on the backspacer. Other than that, there is no difference. It is the same knife. I think it depends on how big the change is. Like if it's a full custom art piece across the whole front of this thing, I could see that. A set of how many holes was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A set of 9 holes drilled into this shit makes no sense why it adds up to being an extra 300 euros on top of. Holy fuck. Okay. That jig titanium's a little bit nicer, but 3 times the regular price. Damn. Yeah, not fast enough to be double the price, though. The same fucking knife. Ooh, it has a Zerkatai. Not even. Damascus. I don't understand this. The regular one doesn't seem bad anymore. Mike, what's up? How's it going? No, to me it depends on what all was changed. If you're going to charge double the regular price, let's say you're going to get one of these. This regular price with the sandblasted finish is $500. That's without tax, just $500. If it has a full custom art piece across the whole front of this, I could understand charging double, especially if it has it on the backside. Okay? But if you're gonna put 9 fucking holes in this thing and then you're gonna charge $1,000, no thank you. What's your price range, Mile? $250 to $500 US dollars, or what do you plan? Oh no, you said all around knife. What size glove do you wear? Large. And then last question, do your fingers go all the way to the end of those gloves, or is there some space left in there? They do. Okay, so you got larger hands than I do. I used one of these, probably. There's actually one of these that's priced really well on Blade Binge if it hasn't sold yet. Let me double check that real quick, see if it's sold. I think it was priced at like $400 for a full size. Ooh. You can find them on eBay too, like used. I'm only talking about used right now. But I'm going to show you the one that I was looking at. If it's still there. Hey, it is. What blade steel? S35 VN. Comes with some aftermarket pocket clips too. So right here, drop point. It is $3.99. You could get them in a better steel though, which is why this thing's priced where it is. Mr. Franklin, what's up? That probably didn't feel great. Large Sebenza and Magna Cut. Yeah, this is probably the way to go right here. So this one's in MagnaCut, which is better. Dubs, what's up? With a micarta inlay for $475. I'm not sure if they charge tax, but after shipping, it'll probably be right around 500 for one that brand new. I think these are 650. Hey, I was dead on. 650. After tax, 695.50. 4 days left for what? I have a feeling these two are the same people. Oh, I'd buy a used one. The reason I say that, right, when you buy one of these things new, it has a break-in period. Um, they're kind of a pain to open new. As they break in over time, it'll be smoother and easier to open. But if you buy a used one, then it's typically already done with the break-in period. CRKT? No, it's not. I don't think I have a CRKT on the table right now. Just trust me, the only reason I bought this thing new is because I wanted the brand new unboxing experience. I would never buy another one new again. That shit's ridiculous. An Outbreak Gen 3. I'll look it up and then I'll tell you to buy it. So, Spencer, the thing is, you can buy that one in S35 for 400. God damn. Something in my throat. For 400. And then once you're tired of that blade, you can send it in and have it, or have a new blade made for it for $100, if I'm not mistaken. So you've got one in MagnaCut for 500 without paying tax, by the way. You just have to wait like a year for the blade to be finished. Have fun waiting. I'm perfectly fine with S35VN. I don't care. It's a cheap, full-size Sebenza. That's probably the cheapest one on the market right now at $399. I think it's the only one at full size that I've seen for under $4. Mine's in MagnaCut. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you not to buy that thing. You're nervous. Okay. Not much I can do there. The only thing I can tell you about it is you're not going to enjoy trying to clean that thing. I don't think his name's Christopher. I think it's Chris. And it's Reeve. Reeve. Everybody adds an S to the end. There's no S. Hey, the wait time on one of these is 4 years. That's not too bad. Let me look it up real quick. HQ, you stupid piece of shit. No, they don't look stripped to me. Looks just fine. No, there is better steel these days. But that was a 2020 model. It wasn't a 2025. This one was 2025, August 11th, 2025. Which I think on that day I was actually looking for one of these things. Which is fun. Uh, um, yeah, it just looks like T6s to me. I do not have any butterfly knives. That's not true. I don't know if you guys consider these butterfly knives because they have a butterfly on them. Fun fact, that's where they got the butterfly name. Yep, no problem. I think you're talking about a balisong, which is made by the Butterfly Company originally. There you go. Shit that you probably didn't know. This is the Butterfly Company. Benchmade. I think the owner of Benchmade came up with the first balisong, yes. Well, that could have been very messy. I just about flayed my thumb. It probably rusted because you didn't keep it dry. A lot of ball bearings don't use stainless steels, or yeah, stainless steels for the balls in them. So you need to keep them dry. or oiled to the point where they won't become wet. Stuff like sweat, salt water, mostly sweat, will cause rust and stuff like that. If you're lucky, and you've got to be very lucky to find a company that makes stuff with ceramic ball bearings. And somebody was complaining earlier that Chris Reeve doesn't use ball bearing pivots. I don't like ball bearings. They take a lot more maintenance to keep working properly. And if you compare it to something like washers, these wear in and become way smoother with a more high end feel to it. I do not sell knives full time. It helps fund the channel though. Interesting. I'm assuming you did some digging while we were sitting here saying shit that we didn't know. Yeah, so that will cause rust if you don't dry them off. I like it. That's what's so good about it. I enjoy it quite a bit. What? You thought I was kidding about what? No, that's literally just going to hurt them. Yeah, you can flick it. Takes a little bit of a wrist flick to do it, but yeah. I do not. Everything, if you leave a knife in soap, like soapy water or liquid soap, it will deteriorate the steel. It will sit there and oxidize. What are you doing up this early? Oh, it's 5 a.m., isn't it? Or 4:30? Oh, okay. Stands in California or something like that. If he was being serious, like keeping your knives in soap will cause rust, which is what's causing the rust by the sounds of it. Could be just about anywhere on the West Coast. The thing is, California is the most populated section of the Pacific time zone, if I'm not mistaken. So chances are you're in California. What are there, like 54 million people in California? Jim, how do you know? No, California isn't knife friendly. Oh, you got a point there. And neither are Washington or Oregon, now that I think about it. Rex 30? You mean Rex 45? Where'd you find that shit? And what is it? Not that I'm like super interested, but oh, it was you. You were the problem. New car. I can't afford a new car. If I didn't buy this and I continued buying and selling shit, I probably could. So Aiden, do you think I should get that Para 3 and 52-100? I know of Bruce Lee. I'm not going to tell you not to carry a balisong. Just depends on what you're doing with it. Everyday carry stuff, I don't see a problem with it. You're not wrong there. That is a pretty funny name in that situation. No. Unless Microtech ups their prices, no. And chances are, isn't a limited release and limited, limited. Let's be real here. Interesting. I know Washington doesn't like shit. They're no fun. I could see that. Cool. So stick it in your pocket with No, I didn't. Stick it in your pocket with a pocket clip, and then you're good. That's gross. I'm so glad I'm in Idaho. I don't usually watch knife-related content, to be honest. A lot of the time, it's boring. Like, you don't get an interesting conversation most of the time. So, Stan, are you just stuck on wanting an OTF? Or are you willing to listen to some other options? It sounds like you want an automatic of some sort. We can give you other options. have a pocket clip. That's how I carry. Bam, purple pocket clip. I'm waiting for all these knife companies to move out of Oregon. Stan, have you looked into Protek? I don't know. Never really looked into it. Okay, so Protek makes push button automatics. They're not OTFs, they're out the side autos. And we'll show you some of their stuff real quick. They're made in California, which is funny because you can't carry most of their knives in California. Well, I'd like to believe that the Californians moving here don't like the California laws. Yeah, they do use a lot of aluminum, but so does Microtech, so. Oh my god. Stop. You piece of shit, stop. I don't know what that is. A lot of runts on this. Ooh. I don't know if you guys have ever seen one of these things in person, but that sapphire blue finish on these things is beautiful. Please be a good steel. Fucking hell, why are they always so expensive like that? I always have a year's supply of toys. Yeah, but it's 154 cm. They didn't even splurge and get CPM 154. I think the Oligarch is one of my favorite looking knives. And it's in MagnaCut for $380. Man, shut the hell up, Aiden. That's a damn good looking knife. I mean, shit, not that far off. I have a very specific interest in knives. They look very similar. And that is why I find you weird. So, one dude front flip a an Nkosi the other day, like full on front flip, just like that, and oh my god, that was weird. Yeah, you should get a push button auto. I mean, on the clone, I can do it, but on something that's actually on washers, that is gonna eat your thumb every time you do it. Yeah, there's a tritium in the button by the looks of it. You can't find the Magna Cut where? Is this whole thing DLC? Probably. It's under 3 ounces. Shit. You literally said it sounded painful. I agreed with you. I have never put a sticker on a knife. You're worried about aluminum too, aren't you? What is it specifically that you're worried about? Because I completely agree with you. I don't like aluminum all that much. But the oligarch has been, ever since it came out, it has been an interest of mine. Okay, yeah, so I can see where you're coming from there. That's the only thing that I don't like about most push button autos is they're made out of aluminum. Okay, wait. Did you think that the blade is aluminum? Oh, shut up, Aiden. If you thought the blade is aluminum, yeah, the body's aluminum. The handles are aluminum. That's it. 7 ounces, damn. Well, I was never given a push button auto to play with. I'm pretty sure it's tritium. Let me double check that. It's either tritium or it's loom, but I can't tell. Yep, tritium. Says it right there. I have found that interesting that uh, I don't like the 940 all that much. A knife holder, why would I do that? I don't even wear a hat most of the time. Well, all you guys can hope for in that situation is that the Supreme Court decides that 30 round mags or anything above 10 round mags is in common use. That is your only chance. I don't know what those are called. It's got a ceramic ball bearing in the clip. I know what you're talking about. But I don't know. They're probably smooth though. I've never tried one out. I do have a Rat 1 in D2 that I'm trying to get rid of. Never heard of it. Yeah, the Rat's a great knife. I just have other stuff now. No, but somebody might push it up to the United States Supreme Court and put an injunction on it if you're lucky. Now, this one I didn't sharpen, but the previous owner sharpened it probably on a fixed angle. No, it depends on if a lawyer that's involved is interested in firearms. If you, or if there's a lawyer that is a firearm collector, like you're actually lucky enough to have somebody like that involved, then you might actually have a chance on that. Other than that, you guys are kind of fucked. He's gonna say, "No way you have it, because it doesn't exist." It'd be hilarious. It is thick as fuck. Yeah, I'm about to fix that edge up a little bit because I don't like how it looks. It just doesn't look even. So I don't think it's going to work out when no, it's usually if something benefits them. Which again, if they're a gun collector, it would benefit them to make that work out. I'd be very happy. I'm part of Idaho, but I'd be very happy if the greater Idaho movement actually went through. Fuck it, I'm not using this one to fix issues. I do feel bad for the states that are losing their gun rights. Well, I don't have ceramic, so. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to carry just about anything. Open carry. And concealed carry anything except for an OTF that has a blade that's longer than 4 inches, which is dumb, but I don't know of any OTFs that have a longer than 4-inch blade. I do encourage the people of, sure. I don't see why not. All right. We'll see you later, Aiden. Wonder if Aiden falls asleep while doing his own shit. Appreciate it. I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, James, if you're actually interested in buying some stuff, sure. I've got plenty of stuff for sale. No, I don't. My typical sweet spot on a knife is going to be 3 to 3.5. I've started carrying stuff that's a little bigger than that, but other than the Senza and maybe the CJRB frac. Well, I don't care. If somebody wants to buy 6 knives, then I don't care. Depends on the blade steel. Hex 1312, I can see your name. Do people do looped videos for live streams? Is that a thing? God, that would make this shit so much easier. Just sit there and make a 1 hour loop. I don't know how I'd do that for a live stream. Gross. Stolen content. I'm offended you'd think I'd do such a thing. I make my own content. Thank you very much. Oh, well, I just do it straight on YouTube, so. And that right there is how you get DMCA strikes. Oh, that's the other shit that I needed in here. I hate it when people do that. It's not needed. I still use it. It also helps with cleaning. Time to reprofile on the glitchy stone. I have not tried Harbor Freight's Diamond Stone. So the stuff that I use has a decent amount of alcohol in it. And it evaporates in like 10 minutes. It doesn't sit there. I also add oil to this stuff, so it's getting some sort of corrosion protection. That is probably one of the weirdest sentences I think I've ever seen on my live streams. Congratulations. So we know for a fact that Houseman is a troll. Binkton is probably a troll too. God, I didn't know that they let trolls out of the caves. The mad cute voice comment. Thanks, Mac. I kind of figured, but it's nice to have a professional who can tell me for sure. Well, back when I was a kid, I had a laundry basket that was magic. And what would happen was like once every like 5 or 6 days, suddenly it would be empty, and then my closet would be full of clean clothes. Then one day that stopped. No, I'm not doing a reprofile. I'm just fixing the giant bevel that it already had. If I reprofiled it, I'd be going at a steeper rank, or I might just reprofile it actually, now that I'm thinking about it. That kind of angle on D2 isn't going to work out well. Yep, I have more Kershaws than anything else. Yeah, I didn't get the dinner's ready thing. I got you know what I did get though? Hey, go get up and change the channel on the TV. Because when I was a kid, TV remotes were uncommon still. My family had a truck and we went out and got dinner. And yes, I have plenty of Kershaw leaks. I'm trying to sell them too. Well, they exist, or they existed at the time, right? But I think we had a 27-inch TV that weighed 100 pounds or some shit like that. I probably could. All I need is a Michelin tire that I can set on fire. And I'll cook you a steak over it. Yeah, no, when I was a kid, it was our TV was huge, right? Like the downstairs TV was probably like a 45 inch, but it was one of those huge projector TVs. Oh, I can just flip it over, dumbass. You got too close to the TV and it would zap you. Rex 45 for 110. What now? Like I'm broke, but I could maybe make that shit work. Mainly off grid, what's up? Oh. Is it titanium in Rex 45? Oh, I always want to spend money. I just have an understanding that I can't afford to do so all the time. Are you ready to take a screenshot, Stan? Okay. So that I'm using an updated mixture testing real quick. We'll see how it goes. If it goes well, then I'll update that. Yeah, they don't need to know the fact that KO bathwater's in there. What do you think that 2 ounces comes from? The tap? I did that wrong. You mean that thing where you put designs on a knife or on stuff by dipping it in that water shit? No, never tried it. I don't know how well it would hold up to everyday use because I've never tried it. Ew. An Oreo in water? I don't know if you're allowed to ship liquids in an envelope. I do. I do run a knife sharpening business, but I don't take shipments. Actually, I already sharpened all the knives for my local pawn shop. There is nothing left. So, it was fun while it lasted. All my buddies' knives are sharp already. That was fun while it lasted. My local chain pawn shop won't let me do it, so sounds like that's not going to happen. Tried doing it on Marketplace. Nobody wants to spend $5 on a knife, so oh well. I don't want to do restaurants. I do folding knives. And not even all folding knives. Because fuck Tontos. There could be, but there's people that already go around doing that. And they can do it faster than I can. And when it comes to stuff like that, speed matters. When I sharpen a knife, they take time. But my edge will last longer. And it's sharper too. I don't know what you mean by that. I really don't. See, y'all are asking the same question I'm asking myself. I got some dust sitting in the back of my throat. I would agree he probably had a stoke. I can't help with that. I really can't. I still don't get what you're talking about. I think you had a stoke when you typed that out too, but I'll let it slide. I don't know. Movies aren't my thing. I genuinely don't think that I will be able to answer your question, House. And Aiden, I don't think I'm going to be buying that Kaiser. Ew, fixed blades. Gross. Why would I pick a fixed blade over a folder? In my life? Pfft. That should answer your question right there. I know, the only thing I think of when I hear yard time is prison, so I need more titanium in my life. I can. I do know of Kershaw, yes. I don't think I'm ever going to understand what you're asking, so it's probably best if we leave it at that. No, I can't fit all my knives on the screen. There are way too many. I don't know. Don't even worry about trying to figure out what he's trying to say. I gave up a bit ago. You have a good night as well. You got what for your EDC? I was just saying the whole time that I don't understand what he's saying. I'm not saying he's dumb or anything. I genuinely just didn't understand what was being asked. Thank you. I don't know. Is that somebody who makes knives or something? Give me a minute to try and finish this. No. I want a proper hollow grind. What in the fuck? You carry that thing? I hope Boker knows that their website sucks. Dalton, what's up? How's it going? Why wouldn't there be a store? Oh, yeah, there should be a store now that I think about it. I can't help you with that one. I don't recommend having salt around knives. So what do you guys think of an Arius 2.0? I charge 5. My local knife sharp charges 8. But it depends on what you're sharpening with. If you really want to go like all out on that, you can charge as much as you want, but you got to do a good ass job. So what do you guys think? Maybe make the hole a little bit longer, but then wash it off. Take your knife apart and wash it. Pretty easy to do. I usually keep them. Nothing comes from most of them. Every once in a while, I'll send a few of them to companies to talk about, but most companies aren't interested, so nothing happens with most of them. Every once in a while, I'll take the time to fully 3D model one of these things, which this one I'm probably going to have to do. Or just drive over to Koenig and say, hey, I got an idea to replace the Arius since you've been doing it for so damn long. I think I might have the perfect knife for you. And actually, I could probably get you one. Yep. How much are these new? So it's called an Emerson Sark search and rescue knife. The tip is blunt, but it's perfect for cutting clothing off. No, I do not draw knives very often. And I can get you one of those things for a pretty decent price. Edits, what's up? Apparently, they are probably discontinued as well. Thanks, Dalton. I never would have guessed that. But yeah, one of these things, that would probably be my number one option. Yeah, if you want one of those, my local pawn shop has one. I can probably get it to you for a decent price, but I'd need upfront payment. Yeah, see, Dalton talking is getting me more um, people to watch. Hence why Dalton is still here. Anyway, the wave, which is this little thing sticking out of the top. When this thing's in your pocket, when you pull it out of your pocket, if you pull it out fast enough, that thing will flick it open. So your knife is open as soon as you pull it out of your pocket. Troy, how are you in first place? Genuinely. Well, who said I was upset? Sharp knife. I need a shaving sharp knife. There you are. Well, I obviously have more patience than you guys. I wouldn't say I'm addicted for one reason. I'm not um, using money that I don't have to buy them. Yeah, I can stop myself from buying them. I waited months to buy that Senza. Yeah, Addicted to Knives is also another. I think he's a YouTuber. Well, I can get you one if you want, but yep, go ahead and look online. Let me see how much they're going for on eBay, real quick. Now that I think about it. Sure, but I'm broke like 100% of the time, so me taking the time to save up that much was impressive. Yeah, the Leatherman Raptor is a pair of trauma shears. Holy shit, these things are expensive. Let's find sold listings. 209, 337, 600. I don't want that much. God damn. I appreciate that. I might just go buy that thing and sell it myself. That is like the way to go. God damn. It is nice to find other people that are interested in similar hobbies. Here in about 19 minutes, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. I check pawn shops all the time. I've built a solid reputation with my local pawn shop. I am definitely going to drop by Koenig and see if they're interested in this. Well, I go to my local pawn shop every Saturday. Last Saturday was busy as shit, but usually it's not that bad. It also helps that one of the guys that works there is also a knife guy. I think I might just go buy that Emerson and sell it myself. The most recent one sold for $209 by the looks of it. Probably Blade Benge. $209. It was trashed. Damn. I also do direct sale, so that way there's no middleman. I sell used knives all the time. I think I've sold 30 this year. And I started in like June. So, not bad at all. But you got to keep in mind that I also have a decent following and a good reputation for quality products. So, and that building that has taken almost 3 years. Here in about 3 months, it'll be 3 years. But having a solid reputation is it's great for times like this. It takes time. Not a big deal. That's too big of a gap, if you ask me. No, never mind. You could everything takes time. It's not a big deal. All right, we'll see you later, Stan. Once I'm finished with this, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. We're drawing. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. right now. It takes inspiration from two knives that are on the table that also look very similar to each other. The idea is to go to this company and see if they'd be willing to make it or buy the design from me. I've got another design that I need to see if it'll go anywhere, but yeah, but the Arius feels different. Quite a bit different. Yeah, I have been for a while. It's just I don't typically draw them. I just 3D print or 3D design them and that's it. Oh, tell me about it. No, I've when I 3D model these things, the whole pivot area changes every time that I do it. There's no going around that because it's always different. Always, every single time. It is every single time. I mean, if you've designed knives, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It never fits. It never fits. It will never fit. That's why I haven't put a pivot section yet, is because it's not going to fit, and I know it won't fit. So, what kind of design stuff have you done? It's extremely important. I want the 3D model to fit the design drawing. Right? So that one I know for a fact ain't gonna fit because it never works out. I have never drawn a knife and instantly, like when I 3D model it, it never fits properly. It will never fit properly. And that's fine because I understand that's how it's always going to be. Hence the whole leaving the pivot out. Especially when you get a design that actually looks good and you don't want to ruin it by sticking a pivot in there that doesn't work. I like that a lot. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure if that's going to stay there. That sharpening choil is huge. The only knife I can compare that to remotely. Holy shit, that looks really similar. Not what I was going for, but I still have to design the tang that's going to be sitting inside the handle. But I guess I could do that. Yeah, I check lock function after I print it, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Then you try again. Tashar, what's up? Not gonna work. Maybe. Pivot point would be right there, though, and that doesn't make sense. Could I make that? No. Maybe. How close can I get to the back of the handle without cutting people? Okay. If I can find a way to make it sit like this, then that would fit actually really well along with the handle right there. That looks good. I like how that looks a lot. Mm, I really like that. I need to find out a way that I could make it pivot though. And I could get rid of the sharpening choil and have more space right here to play with, which would make it so it could pivot from somewhere like right here. And frankly, whatever's behind the handle, nobody needs to know about. That could work. Shit, you could almost make this a full 4-inch blade. I like that. Into the 3D model bullshit it goes. Or just bring the picture to them and then say, hey, is there anything you guys want to do with this? I think it'd be better if I had a 3D model of it. I want that knife in my hand right now. I'm going to make that knife. That knife will exist. people really think that proves that a knife is sharp? Really? Alright guys, I think we're going to go ahead and end it here. Went about 7.5 minutes over what I wanted to. So hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, morning, day, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.